Council chambers.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is 9:30, and I would like to call this meeting to order. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Morning.
Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans.
Here. Good morning.
All right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. I'll move that the April 24, 2023 City Council public hearing meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Replacement attachment on item 3.9, which is bylaw 20463 to amend the Jasper Place area redevelopment plan.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Yes for me. Cartmel.
Thank you, Councillor Tang, and thank you, Councillor Cartmel.
And yes from me. Yes from me. Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice, and thank you, Councillor
Councillor
Rice.
Salvador, yes.
And thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Any protocol items? Seeing none, at this time, I will explain the process for the public hearing. For each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will then be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had the chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and the city temporary mask bylaw, We ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful to each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself or those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's direction to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. At this time, I will call City Clerk Tara Ward to read the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20403, to rezone land to facilitate the creation of a low-density residential lot, Kavanaugh?
I have,
Oh, I
Garnet.
apologize. I'm
Yes.
reading the wrong.
yeah,
Just give me a second. Sorry, I apologize. Again, so is anybody here to speak to item 3.1, Charter Bylaw 20471, to allow for a wider range of industrial business uses and limited compatible non-industrial uses, Cornet Industrial?
yeah. We don't have anyone in favor, and we don't have anyone in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Soki. Is there anybody here to speak to item 3.2, Charter Bylaw 20461, to allow for a low-rise, multi-unit housing Heritage Valley Town Center?
We have Chris Nicholson to answer questions only in favor, and also Yolanda Liu to answer questions only, both joining remotely. I'll ask if Chris is joining us.
Good morning.
And Yolanda, are you there?
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Soki. Item 3. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.3, Charter Bylaw 20462, to allow for additional signage regulations to support a mixed-use transit-oriented development, Tamarack?
We have Gary Perry to answer questions only, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you, Gary. And Dan Demers to answer questions only, joining remotely. Dan, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Soki. Items 3.4 and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.4, Bylaw 20468, Amendment to the Clairview Town Centre Neighbourhood Area Structure Plan, or item 3.5, Charter Bylaw 20469, to allow for commercial uses, Clairview Town Centre?
We have Amy Stewart to answer questions only in person. There you are, Amy. And Jesse LaFrance to answer questions only in person. There you are. Thank you for joining us. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.6, Charter Bylaw 20457, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, West Jasper Place?
We have Naresh Datwalia to answer questions only, joining remotely. Naresh, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.7 and 3.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 20458 to amend the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan? Or item 3.8, Charter Bylaw 20459, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Glenwood?
We have Urfrey Tamon to answer questions only, joining remotely. Urfrey, you there?
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.9 and 3.10 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.9, Bylaw 20463, to amend the Jasper Place Area Redevelopment Plan? Or item 3.10, Charter Bylaw 20464, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Britannia, Youngstown?
We have Naresh Datwalia to answer questions only, joining remotely. I'll ask again, Naresh, you there?
Yes, I am here. Thank you.
And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.11, Charter Bylaw 20460, to allow for a digital sign at the Fringe Theatre Arts Barn and the continued preservation of the Orange Hall, Strathcona?
We have Megan Dart in person. Megan, to answer questions only. And she's joining us in person, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.12, Charter Bylaw 20466, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Park Allen?
We have Brian Hahn to answer questions only, joining remotely. Brian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.13, Charter Bylaw 20470, to allow for a low-rise and mid-rise multi-unit housing, Malmo Plains?
We have Brian Murray to answer questions only, joining remotely. Brian, are you there? Thank you. And Gail Temple to answer questions only, joining remotely.
Good morning.
Thank you. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.14 and 3.15 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.14, Bylaw 20453, to amend the Riverdale Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.15, Charter Bylaw 20454, to allow for a mix of small-scale housing, Riverdale?
We have Renan Swans to answer questions only in person. There you are. And Esther Vanderwall in person. There you are. Thank you. And that's in favor. And we have Christine Kowalchuk in opposition. Christine,
morning.
are you joining remotely, right? Okay, you are.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And just hold on. Renan Swans to answer questions only. And Esther, are you here to to answer questions only, or you have a presentation?
I have a question or a concern to raise.
Also, you're in opposition then?
Well, I'm not in opposition, but I guess conditionally in favor.
Okay. But you have a presentation then, right? Okay, got it. Okay. No, just hold on. I will call you. We got to go through the process. You grab a seat. Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Mayor Sohi, just for some clarification, if she's not 100% in support, then it would be normally listed as being in opposition.
Okay, we will move you to
We'll update that.
to the opposition. Okay. All right, please carry on.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.16 and 3.17 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.16, amendment to the Castle Downs Outline Plan, Barano area? Or item 3.17, Charter Bylaw 20467, to allow for industrial uses, Barano?
We have Ryan Edick to answer questions only in person. There you are. And Andrew Olson to answer questions only in person. Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.18, Bylaw 20455, to close a portion of Rossdale Road for southwestbound traffic, Rossdale?
We have Natalie Lazurko joining remotely in favor. Natalie, are you there?
Good morning, and I have a presentation only if council selects this item.
Okay, so that is questions only if selected. Presentation, sorry, if selected. Okay. Okay, and Purcell Ledoucher, remotely in favor to answer questions only. Pascal? Sir Pascal, you there? Yeah, of course.
I am.
Should remember. And Janice Fong to answer questions only.
Good morning.
Satya Gidesu to answer questions
morning.
only, and Sam L. Mohta to answer questions only.
Good morning.
All right, and no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.19, Charter Bylaw 20456, to allow for a medium-rise multi-unit housing Strathern?
We have Jeff Booth in favor, joining remotely. Jeff, are you there?
Good morning, and I'll just give my presentation of the items selected.
Okay. And Jordan Davis, joining remotely.
Good morning. Same thing, presentation if it's selected. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. And no one is in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.20 and 3.21 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.20, Bylaw 20439, to amend the McKern-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, or item 3.21, Charter Bylaw 20440, to allow for a transit-oriented mixed-use mid-rise residential building McKern?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, hold on, Terry. Just give me 1 second. I'll go through the list. Mark Huberman, in favor, to answer questions only.
Good
Remotely.
morning, Mr. Mayor. I am here remotely.
Thank you. And Jared Kendalish, joining remotely in favor.
Good morning.
Thank you. And Marcelo Figueroa, joining remotely in favor. Marcelo, you are in person. Okay. Richie Lamb, to answer questions only, joining remotely. Richie Lamb, are you there? Okay, we'll call your name again. In opposition, we have a number of people from the community. Robert Heath, in person. There you are, Robert. John Murray, remotely. John, are you there? Okay, we'll call it again. TJ Go, in person. Sorry, to answer questions only in person. TJ. Okay, we'll call again. And Terry Lim, joining
Yes, good
remotely.
morning.
Terry, are you there? Okay, got it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Items 3.22 and 3.23 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 3.22, Bylaw 20437, to amend the Griesbaugh Neighborhood Area Structure Plan, or item 3.23, Charter Bylaw 20438, to allow for a mid-rise multi-unit housing Griesbaugh?
We have in favor Murray Totland in person. There you are, Murray. And no one is in opposition. Yes, Murray is to answer questions only, yeah. So, thank you, yeah. Okay. Now, we have done with calls for persons to speak. Selections, colleagues. Selections. Here we go. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks. I'd just like to select 3.22 and 3.23, just some quick questions on the transportation and transit stuff.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wright.
I'd like to select 3.3, just a couple of clarifying questions.
3.3. Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, I'd like to pull 314, 315 as there are speakers on that item.
Sorry. 314, 315. Okay. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Can I pull 313, 320, 321.
Hold on, slow down. 313,
Yes.
okay. Then, go ahead.
320.
320 and 21, they're cross-referenced, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right, so we have selected, sorry, Councillor Rutherford?
Do we have to select the one with the recommendation in Bonaro?
No, we can still move that recommendation as part of the balance at the
Okay,
beginning.
okay, perfect, thank you.
So we have selected 3.3, Councillor Wright. 3.13, Councillor Jans. 3.14, 3.15, cross-reference, Councillor Stevenson. 3.20 and 3.21, cross-reference, Councillor Jans. And 3.22 and 3.23, cross-reference, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I think I will start by moving the recommendation in 3.16.
Second.
Okay. All right, the recommendation. All right, please vote.
Sorry, quick before we vote, sorry, I should have jumped in.
Councillor Neck, yeah.
Sorry, the recommendation says this recommendation can be considered after the statutory public hearing, so is this, do we have to close the public hearing? I just want to double check, sorry, I missed.
Clerk?
Yeah, if we,
I'm going to defer to law on this one, yeah.
if you would like to close the public hearing on all the matters, and then you can vote on the bylaws.
Okay, Councillor, we'll do it that order then. Yep, I'm sorry.
Sorry, my mistake. Usually the recommendations are first. So I'll withdraw the motion. And I will move then closure of the public hearing on items 3.1, 3.2, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12, 3.16, 3.17, 3.18, 3.19.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. As carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 20471, Charter Bylaw 20461, Bylaw 20468, Charter Bylaw 20469, Charter Bylaw 20457, Bylaw 20458, Charter Bylaw 20459, Bylaw 20463, Charter Bylaw 20464, Charter Bylaw 20460, Charter Bylaw 20466, amendment to the Castle Downs Outline Plan, Charter Bylaw 20467, Bylaw 20455, and Charter Bylaw 20456.
Okay,
Second.
thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Just hold on for a minute. On the recommendation 3.16, we move now, right? And I think Councillor Rutherford, you want to move that recommendation, if I understand correctly? I don't know. Can you please? Yeah.
I move the recommendation that attachment 1 of the April 24th Urban Planning Economy Report to amend the Castle Downs Outline Plan be approved.
Okay. Thank you. Need a seconder?
Second.
Second, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. We are on to our first item, right, Clerk Ward? Which
That
would
is
be
correct.
3.3.
That is correct.
Charter Bylaw 20462 to allow for additional signage regulations to support a mixed-use transit-oriented development Tamarack. Councillor Wright, do you need a presentation?
No, I don't think so. I just wanted to ask a couple questions of administration.
To administration, just hold on for a minute. So you don't have any questions to the proponents, right?
No, I think administration can answer my
Okay,
question.
all right, okay, we'll go to administration then. Go ahead, please.
So I'm just looking at the photos that are provided. In this case, they will not be illuminated signs, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Council.
Okay. And then back in, my gosh, was it the end of 2021 when we had the West Edmonton Mall illuminated signs come forward? I think we were supposed to be getting an update on policy in regards to illuminated signs?
So the digital sign report is coming later this year.
Okay. And so would this, so that's just on digital signs, that's not total
Correct.
illumination? Okay. And do we have a policy on illuminated signs?
We have significant regulation in our zoning bylaw around illumination and how it is, whether it's backlit or if it's a wash. So in certain instances, it benefits to have it backlit. In some circumstances, like Heritage Zones on White Avenue, you want that light to be a directed light onto the sign instead of having it backlit, as it's a more modern approach to signage. So there's, depending on where you are within the city, there's different regulations built into the signage bylaw.
Okay. And there was, is there any residents, like besides the the apartment building itself, are there any other residences around there that received the notice? I mean, I know, well, it says in the report that no responses were received, but how close are the residences in that area?
We sent out notices to residents within a 60-meter radius.
Just the 60?
Yes.
It would have caught the 4-story apartments to the southeast.
Okay, okay. And no responses from them?
Correct.
Okay. I just recall an instance when Best Buy put up their illuminated signs and the people across the way were quite upset with it.
Yeah, so the sign, it's not illuminated. It's just large letters on the side of the building. So it won't have any off-site impacts in terms of light impact.
Okay, all right, great. That's all I had. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much. I'll close public hearing.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Second.
Second by Councillor Rutherford, so please vote. Just,
I move first reading on.
just hold on, hold on.
I apologize, we don't have all the votes yet.
Hold on.
We're just waiting on one. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Now it's carried. Go ahead, please, Councillor Wright.
Okay, now I'll move first reading on item 3.3.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion of first reading on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, please vote.
I'm yes.
Yes. I am yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, and thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move second reading on item 3.3.
Councillor Rutherford,
Second.
thank you. Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move consideration for third reading of item 3.3.
Yes, second.
Please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I move third and final reading on Charter Bylaw 20462.
Second.
Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we dealt with 3.3. We are going next to 3.13 Charter Bylaw 20470 to allow for a low-rise and mid-rise multi-unit housing. Malmo Plains, 3.13. Okay, I just want to let Esther know. Esther, where are you? Oh, she stepped outside. Oh, there you are. That we have one more item before we come to your item next, right? Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, 3.13. Councillor Jans, you selected this. And do you need a presentation?
No presentation, just the questions.
And do you have questions to the proponent?
No.
Okay, so you have questions to administration?
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
I'm happy to defer to the speakers list.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you want to go first?
Yes, thank you so much. I think this is a really strong application in many ways. I did just have concerns about that the building along 51st becoming a single building, mainly for the walkability for those individuals living in townhouses 7, 6, and 5, and also Building B. So just wondering if you could talk me through the circulation for those in those units wanting to get to 51st and go west.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson. So we do have, the application is proposing some east to west connections, midway through to the south of Building A and also to the south of Building B and C. So would you like the presentation? A visual would be helpful, just
Sure.
if we could see slide 4. Then we get a sense of the site plan. So is there something specific? So the western edge?
So thinking if you lived in Townhouse 7 and you wanted to go west to some of the commercial that's there, what would be your walkway?
Your walkway would be directly to the south of Building B, and it would connect you to Missioner Park. Or you would go further north to, or south to 49th Avenue, if you were in Townhouse 7. Where you couldn't go is directly west in front of B. You would have to be internal to the site then.
So I'm not seeing any connectivity through the park that would be sort of a paved walkway or...
Well, you would exit north of your house or south, depending on which side you lived on, and then you would head east to the park.
49th Avenue connects to the future park.
The park exists.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Park.
Looking at this map, so if you're in Townhouse 7
Yep.
and you wanted to get to 51st Avenue, how would you do that?
Okay, so you would head either directly north and to the internal to the site, coming up around the east side of Building B.
Mm-hmm.
Then you could cut west.
And so there will be a walkway on the west side of Building A?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
It's really just Building B that doesn't have a western walkway flanking it.
Okay, that's really helpful. And I'm not seeing the pathway on the site plan. So is that in the regulations, or is that in another way sort of guaranteed that will be provided?
In the appendices on the landscaping plan.
Perfect.
Yeah, that actually would have been a very helpful visual here.
No,
My
that's all right.
apologies.
No, thank you. I really appreciate that. I think, happy to sort of maximize the footprint of that building. I think that's better use of the land for sure, but just wanting to make sure that we don't create, because without that walkway, it ends up being sort of an extra block that you're walking every time, and that can really detract from the walkability. So thank you so much for that clarity. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I think Councillor Rutherford, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you. I just had a few questions. I did notice that the units is a little bit less, and then it said, not that there wasn't as many units needed that are no longer required. Decrease in overall allowable resident density, that is no longer required. Can you, why, what was that about?
So this site is, whole development is partially developed, right? The
Okay.
townhouses are in, the private but publicly accessible park, partially constructed parkade. So this is an update to the regulations and the direct control in order to allow the rest of the development to proceed. So they worked out detailed plans for their buildings, and because we had a direct control that laid out exactly how many units that was necessary to update those.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, is it it's the standard amount, like 35 units per hectare? Is that what that we have as a standard? And so because they met that in phase 1, let's say, they don't need as much for phase 2? Sorry if I'm not understanding.
Right, so with the direct control, so in terms of density and compared to our standards, say
Yeah.
in suburban zones, this is probably twice or 3 times that.
Yeah.
If there are specifics, we can pull those up for you.
Yeah.
So we easily exceed any of those targets. That's multi-unit housing, mid-rise development.
Okay.
The original direct control set out a minimum or a maximum amount of units, and we're just updating with the knowledge that we have provided by the applicant on this proposal.
Okay. And then in terms of the applicant to include the following, it mentions housing and family-oriented units, so the supply of family-oriented units. But I remember recently a conversation where we don't really, do we have a definition of family-oriented units? Like, do we have a concrete definition of what that is? Because again, there's a lot of paradigms on what a family is.
We took the definition out of the zoning bylaw a couple of years ago, just because of, as you were saying, the different family types and family sizes that could be considered family oriented units or families, so to speak. Where we get direction is from the community amenity policy, where if we want to encourage the types of amenities that support families, plus the size of units, is where we've been using and taking our direction from to putting in DCs. So in order to be considered a family-oriented unit and get credit as a contribution, you need to provide different types of amenities like enhanced storage. Typically families come with more storage needs, or types of play space that are designed for children in mind. So that combined with sometimes a larger unit type, whether it's 2 or 3 bedrooms, is how we qualify for that provision in the community amenity contribution.
Okay, so it says in there that there will be a supply of family-oriented units. Is there any kind of quantification around that in the DC?
So 23%
Okay,
of the total units have to have 2 bedrooms or more.
okay. And then I was kind of a little bit thrown off by this one when it talks about that the DC2 will incorporate the overall development to consist of good quality construction. And I was like, shouldn't all our things have that? That just seemed really odd to me. Could you speak to that?
These are standard regulations that we write into the direct controls. And yes, this is, we have the Alberta Building Code to ensure safe and good quality construction.
I think it's around more of the design of the buildings. With the DC, you can help break up some of those larger buildings on site, which you couldn't have done through a standard zone, through various architectural techniques. It's probably a catch-all term in terms of construction of a building.
Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yep, thank you. Not too many questions, just to follow up on Councillor Stevenson's questions around just pedestrian connectivity and walkability. When I look at the landscape plan, I guess I'm just wondering, so the building to the north, I see a west walkway there and then sort of connecting into the internal network there. But like, what was the rationale behind not continuing that walkway to the, sorry, I don't have the building letters in front of me. I think it's building B, just below it on the western side.
Yeah, that is building B, Councillor Salvador. And so you can see it's abutting Missioner Park. And you can sort of see the park area with the tennis courts and the satellite view. Sorry for those who can't see it. So there are existing mature trees to the south of Building B, and then further south as we get around what's referred to as Townhouse 7 or the southern edge of the site.
Okay, yeah, and I see Missioner Park there, and I guess, is it just the proximity to the existing infrastructure, like the tennis courts, that is, like there's no room for an existing, or sorry, a new walkway?
Yes, it was really the trade-off between keeping the existing trees that are bordering the properties and allowing for walkway space.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And yeah, I can see there's sort of the internal walkway that provides that connectivity. So I think that is it from me. Thank you so much. But yeah, overall, really excited about this one.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
My questions have been answered.
Okay. And at this time, I will ask if If there are any further, just hold on, Councillor Jans. I'll come to you to move if you want to close the bylaw. At this time, I'll ask if there are any other questions arising out of the previous discussion, any questions on any new information? To anyone, to administration, to the proponent? I see none. So, Councillor Jans?
So moved.
Okay, I need a sec. Councillor Stevenson? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Jans?
I'll move the second reading.
First.
I'll move first reading.
Okay.
Second?
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move second reading.
Second?
Thank you. Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second?
Please vote.
We're just waiting on one vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I'll move third reading.
Second.
Second by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for the final reading.
I'm a yes again. It's saying vote closed for me for some reason.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And I'm just waiting on one more vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
You're voting twice. Okay. Please vote. Sorry, display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. So we're done with 3.13. Now we are on to 3.14 bylaw 20453 to amend the Riverdale Area Redevelopment Plan, which is cross-referenced with Charter Bylaw 20454 to allow for a mix of small-scale housing. Riverdale. All right, we have Renan Swans to answer questions only in person, and Esther Vanderwell in opposition. So if you could come down, Esther, and then Christine Kowalchuk. Just hold on. Christine, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, this was selected by Councillor Stevenson. We have members of the public here, so we will ask administration to make a presentation first. Okay.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Riverdale neighborhood from the RF2 low-density infill zone to the RF3 small-scale infill development zone. The purpose of the RF3 zone is to provide for a mix of small-scale housing, including single-detached, semi-detached, and multi-unit, for up to 6 principal dwelling units. An associated amendment to the Riverdale Area Redevelopment Plan is proposed to facilitate the rezoning. Next slide, please. The site is an appropriate location for a gentle increase in density due to its proximity to active travel modes, open space, and gathering spaces. Public transportation in proximity to the site is located along Roland Road and 88th Street, and shared pathways are located in the Dawson Bridge, in the Dawson Park, and River Valley Ravine System. Nearby open space and gathering spaces include Dawson Park in the River Valley and Forest Heights Park. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through advance notice, information published on the city website, and through site signage. One response was received. Concerns included mature tree removal, sunlight obstruction for adjacent properties, and carbon implications associated with demolition. Next slide, please. When comparing the current RF2 zone and the proposed RF3 zone, the key differences are an increase in density and a slight increase to the site coverage. The RF2 and RF3 zone have the same maximum height, minimum rear setback, and front setback range. The proposed RF3 is a gentle and sensitive increase in density and is compatible with the existing surrounding small-scale buildings. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning aligns with the city plan by helping to achieve the target of adding 50% of new units through infill citywide. Additionally, the proposed rezoning provides an opportunity to increase housing types, diversity of housing types, and to facilitate residential development that contributes to the livability and adaptability of the area. To support the rezoning, amendments to Map 8, Figure 10, and Section 3.6 of the Riverdale ARP are proposed. Map 8 and Figure 10 will be amended to show the RF3 zone and allow for row housing on the site. In addition, an exception policy is proposed for Section 3.6 to allow for small-scale multi-unit housing on the site. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It provides the opportunity for small-scale multi-unit housing on an appropriate site. It provides the opportunity for a gentle increase in density in the Riverdale neighborhood while diversifying housing types. And it contributes to the livability and adaptability of the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed with this, I want to welcome students from School Dr. Margaret Ann Armour, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, Miss A. Gentile, okay, and Ward Fihiswan, that's Council Cartmel's ward. And thank you so much for joining us. Council Cartmel is your representative, and are you here for the entire day or just part of it? Just part of it? And anything on the agenda for you? Like what are you doing, just walking around City Hall looking around, or are you have some specific things to do? You have a mock debate. What are you talking about? Backyard chickens. You know how many are currently allowed?
Yes.
10. Is that right, Stephanie?
That is right. That's what Jennifer Fleming.
Jennifer said 10 last time we asked her. Okay, cool. Let us know if you decide on a different number or you decide not to have them in the backyard, right? So, yeah, cool. Love to see you. Have fun. Okay. Okay. All right. Renon Swans he is only to answer questions. Now we will go to the members of the public in opposition. Esther Vandervelde, you'll be first. You will have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and you have some company with you.
Yeah, hi, good morning. I thought...
Is your mic on?
Oh, is this...
If you could just want
Do
to
I have
please
it on?
move a little bit close to the mic. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, I thought she might be put to sleep, but maybe she has a future in politics. I don't know.
We love to see kids here. They cheer this place up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I live next door to the property that's being discussed, and I've lived there since 2017, and I'm actually very optimistic about this redevelopment plan, so that's why I meant that what I meant by conditionally in favor. So I think the site is really in need of some attention, and I'm really excited to see what comes out of it. However, the reason I'm here is just to draw attention to some drainage issues that exist between our properties. So currently, especially the grade and the downspouts towards the south neighbor, which is where I live, there's quite a bit of water that comes into our lot. So this seems like a good opportunity for them to really consider the drainage bylaw in the redevelopment, and if there's anything that can be done with the grade and especially the downspouts, I think now's the time to do it. So that's why I'm here.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Yep. And next we will go to Christine Kowalchuk. Christine, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm also a homeowner directly located next to this property in question. And I don't support the proposed rezoning of this lot from RF2 to RF3 at this time for a number of reasons. Primarily, there's been no plan shared for what the owner proposes for this lot. And that seems to run counter to sound planning principles to allow rezoning without a plan. I noted that in administration's presentation, they suggested that the rezoning would enable 6 units. I would be fine with that. I think we need more affordable housing in Riverdale, but there is no plan that indicates that this is actually what the homeowner wants to do. The current building is already low-income multiplex housing. Sorry, I'm hearing some sort of feedback. It's very distracting. I'm not sure if someone else has their...
We're not hearing anything on our side. No.
Okay, all right. So the current building is already low-income multiplex housing. There are 4 units in the current building, and the city plan and many city policies make clear that we desperately need more of this kind of housing across the city. Without a plan, there's a good chance that rezoning will lead to the loss of low-income housing on this lot, and that has been, the trend in Riverdale. A lot of low-income housing is actually being replaced by infill that is no longer affordable, and I fear that that's what's going to happen with this lot as well. The lot is also in the flood plan overlay, which means that it doesn't make sense to allow more site coverage and increased impermeable surface on this lot, which a change from RF2 to RF3 would indeed enable. And finally, urban forestry has confirmed that Riverdale is losing its urban canopy due to infill. This runs against the city plan's commitment to increase the urban canopy. This property has a few mature trees, including one in the southwest corner, which is the corner closest to my property. This tree is important for shade, cooling this area, and for habitat. No rezoning should be allowed, in my view, until a private tree bylaw is in place in order to protect our urban canopy. Also, there's already a non-conforming lot adjacent to this one, which enabled a large home on a small lot fully in the back alley next to the large tree mentioned above. This section of the neighborhood is already crowded and has lost nearly all of its green space. Other neighbors, including at least one, not Esther, but another one, also immediately adjacent to this property, shares my above concerns. So at this point, I would like to say I don't support rezoning of this lot. I would support you asking the proponent to come back with a plan that indicates that the lot would indeed be rezoned for affordable housing, and that the plan that they have would not include greater impermeable surfaces on the property, and that they would be making an effort to retain the mature trees on the property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. John Lim, can you please mute yourself? Okay. Questions, colleague? Councillor Stevenson, do you have questions to Esther?
Just very briefly to say
Esther, if you don't...
Oh, no, I don't have questions. I don't have questions.
Okay.
I was just very briefly going to say thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate you being here, and I'll certainly follow up with our administration about the drainage issue you raised. But I will carry on to Ms. Kowalchuk. Appreciate you speaking here today. Just want to confirm, so it's fairly typical, and I think, it's very typical that at the rezoning stage, we don't have any detailed designs. The rezoning stage is really intended to be looking at the overall land use. So just want to confirm that was something you were aware of, that it's highly normal to not have any further plans at the rezoning stage.
So I would say, yes, I do know that, but that seems to run counter, at least potentially, to the suggestion that this rezoning would enable greater density and affordable housing. Right now, it's already dense affordable housing. It's a non-conforming lot right now, or a non-conforming use of that lot. So, you know, I think if City Council were to approve this rezoning, it would be because you're certain that this would be in alignment with the city plan and would enable at least the same amount of density, if not more, and would be affordable. Otherwise, how does it align with the city plan?
Yeah, and I think you're right that we are often looking for you know, the potential of what can happen rather than an absolute certainty. And I can just clarify too some of the potential restrictions in terms of the size of the building depending on the type of use. But just want to confirm as well that this is like market affordable housing. It's not currently offered at like it's not a non-for-profit organization, for example, that's running this. It's just provided, it's just market affordable at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the reality is that it is low-income housing. So just to be sure that you understand that too. And it has been that way since I've lived here for the past 17 years.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting question there in terms of why the rents are so low, and I'm wondering if what has led to that in terms of maybe the building condition itself leading to those lower rents, rather than it being sort of high quality affordable housing, which I think you're probably aware, you know, there's a new development going in on 92nd Street quite close by. There's a fair bit of housing from Home Ed that exists. So some of that high quality purpose-built affordable housing is in the area already, and more is being developed.
Well, yeah, and I think, I mean, that's great to hear, but we obviously need as much as possible. And it just seems like there is an opportunity here to ensure that that is the case on this property, rather than just allowing a new build of another structure that is not affordable.
Yeah, and I think you're right. There are considerations of sort of site-specific affordability, and then overall, you know, neighborhood-wide affordability in terms of the availability of housing and housing options as well. And then just in terms of the lost green space, just want to ensure and I'll ask some questions about the urban canopy. Well, my understanding is that at the most, the site would still be 55% open space. Just want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding your point about the loss of open space.
Yeah, so it is a minor increase in the footprint of the structure that is allowed by a rezoning change. And I just think, I mean, this property is right on the river. So, I mean, if anything, I think that, you know, the bylaw zoning changes that happen should be considering minimized footprints on land right next to the river. So I think this is also a step in the wrong direction for that reason. I mean, it's a minor change, but it's still a change, and, you know, towards a greater impermeable surface, which I think is problematic. And we have been losing trees like crazy in Riverdale. And
well, and maybe just to jump in, sorry, I'm just conscious of my time, which is running out. But in terms of the impermeable surface, you know, I think something we're always trying to balance is, you know, the swaths of impermeable surfaces that have to be built when we're building in greenfield development instead of infill, and just sort of balancing that. In terms of,
I understand.
So when we're building brand new neighborhoods, we are putting in a ton of asphalt, a ton of hard surfacing for those new neighborhoods instead of making use of the streets and roads that already exist.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The only thing that you have to keep in mind here, though, is this is right on the river. This is in a floodplain, and it is the street facing the river. And we have had flooding in Riverdale in the past, so it's really important to have those surfaces as permeable as possible.
Great, that's my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, there we go. Let's try that one again. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for your presentation. Just one last question that I wasn't quite sure I'm fully understanding, because I think I heard you say you would be supportive of more units because that would help with, generally that helps with affordability. But in order to get those additional units, you might have to have a slightly larger site coverage, which is what is being proposed. And so, which I've heard you suggest that you have some concerns with. And so this is always that challenging trade-off, which is that if we want more units and we want affordability, you sometimes have to allow a little bit more of a footprint of a building. So I wouldn't mind just getting your thoughts on that trade-off conversation.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess that's why I think a little bit more of a plan is needed in this case. As I suggested or stated already, this is already a non-conforming lot that has 4 units on it. And so, I memean, ideally, I think 4 would remain the number. I feel like it's a very small lot for 6. But I guess my comment was more to say that I am not opposed to increased density. That's not the case, but I think it does need to be balanced with looking at things like minimizing impermeable surfaces, maintaining green space, et cetera. And I think it's actually not a necessary trade-off. I do think it's possible, but I just feel like there are so many unanswered questions regarding this proposed redevelopment. And there's not even an indication that they would maintain 4 or move to 6 units. So yeah, I think there's a lot of uncertainty regarding what's to happen. And my greatest concern is that we're going to lose more affordable housing in this instance.
Yeah, and I guess that's why you were asking about the question of the applicant, because I mean, my guess is that my feeling would be that they wouldn't go through a rezoning application if they weren't looking to increase density, because the current zone allows for 4 units, well, technically 6 if you did a semi-detached with basement suites and garden suites. So, you know, I'm not sure what would be the purpose of going through rezoning if you weren't looking to try to increase the unit count.
Well, it might be to maintain 4, but you know, with housing that is closer, as Councillor Stevenson suggested, to market value. You know, so it would be a way of making more money off of these properties, right?
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions, Christine. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will go questions to administration. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to touch quickly on the drainage question that came up. My understanding is that there are requirements in our drainage bylaw about no cross-lot drainage happening. Would that be the case with this redeveloped property?
Councillor Stevenson, that's correct. It'll be addressed at the time of development permit.
Great.
So this lot additionally has requirement to put in low impact development. That also is going to be addressed at the time of development.
And that's part of the flood plain overlay?
That's not part of the floodplain overlay, but that's required because of the drainage infrastructure available in the vicinity of this.
Oh, great, great. That's excellent. It's good to hear those assurances. Thank you. And I think that probably does also help address the flood issue as well, potentially. Okay, great. Thank you. Just in terms of some of the questions that came up. So, you know, I appreciate, you know, wanting us to maintain the density that's there. Just to clarify, okay, yeah, just to clarify, under the existing zoning, that building could be demolished and a single detached house could be developed. Is that true? Like, we could lose those units under the existing zoning anyways?
That's correct.
And the value, as Councillor Knack has alluded to, of going through the rezoning process, again, if they wanted to do a single detached home, they could do it under the existing zone. They would get a tiny bit more site coverage if they did under RF3, but there's more benefit, I guess, in RF3 if you were doing additional units. Is that?
It's likely, so that's why they're rezoning, yes.
Okay, great. My understanding is that we do have requirements in the zoning bylaw in terms of tree planting, so requiring tree planting as part of redevelopment. So if trees, there's an incentive to maintain the trees. Would you like to share a bit more about that?
There is, yeah. So for mature trees and shrubs on site, they can count, and I think it's a 2-to-1. So if you retain your trees, mature trees, that can count for 2 of the required because they're smaller. Yeah, so that incentive is built right in for anybody who's redeveloping.
Great, thank you. You know, I think those are all my questions. I don't see anyone else on the board.
Any other questions? Colleagues, any questions? Seeing none, at this time I will ask if council members have any questions to the proponent or to administration or to the members of the public in opposition, any new information and questions arising out of any new information. Seeing none, at this time we are able to close the public hearing. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, I'll move closure of public hearing on items 3, 14, and 15.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. I'll move first reading of items 3, 14, and 15.
Second.
Okay. Please vote. Oh, yeah. Anyone to speak? Anyone to speak? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, what was really encouraging, I really appreciate both speakers coming out today. What was really encouraging to me was the wholehearted acceptance and embracing of the need for more units in our mature neighborhoods. I really appreciate the desire to maintain affordable housing, and you know, for me, it is really thinking about that neighborhood level affordability as well in terms of providing housing options for a range of individuals. And very particularly as well, I think that we do have housing stock in Edmonton that can be market affordable, but is not necessarily providing high quality spaces for people to live. And I think rather than maintaining those spaces, it's really important for us to invest in high quality new construction that is both, you know, non-market affordable, and then also housing diversity, which can provide a range of smaller units that provide different price points of affordability as well. So pleased to support this and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move second reading of items 3, 14, 15.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Yes, so please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
And I will move third and final readings of bylaw 20453 and charter bylaw 20454.
Second.
Second by Councillor Knack. Please vote for the final reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next we have Bylaw 20439 to amend the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, and 3.21 Charter Bylaw 20440 to allow for a transit-oriented mixed-use mid-rise residential building, McKernan. And this was exempted by Councillor Jans. I just want to run by the list first again before we go for presentation from administration. Just want to make sure that Mark Huberman is joining us to answer questions only.
I continue to be here, Mayor Sohi and members of council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jared Chandlish, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
And you are making a presentation, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Marcelio Figueroa is joining us here. Presentation, Marcelo? Yeah, got it. And Richie Lamb to answer questions only, right? Richie? Richie Lamb. We saw him earlier. No, maybe didn't. Okay. Okay. Committee members in opposition, I'll ask if you're here. Robert Heath in person. There you are, Robert. John Murray remotely. John, are you there? No. TJ Go. John Murray there? Is that what John? Oh, there you there. We see you there. Got it. TJ Go. To answer questions only. TJ, are you there? No. Terry Lim. I see you. Terry John Lim. Okay, you're there. All right. Okay. We have some students coming in. Before I go to the presentation, maybe we'll get a note from the teachers so we can acknowledge them before we go into the presentation. All right, joining us today are students from Dr. Margaret and Armour School, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, Mrs. Kay Loss. And thank you so much for joining us. And your ward representative, Ward Vihise 1, is Councillor Tim Cartmel. He's joining us virtually for this meeting. Nice to see you all. Are you having fun so far? Yeah. Are you here for the whole day? Half a day? What are you going to be doing for half a day? Looking around? Oh, Mayor Amy. Hi, Mayor Amy.
Rita, I'll go upstairs.
I'm sorry? A mock trial, right? On what issue? Chickens in the backyard. Okay, how many are allowed currently? You'll figure that out as part of the discussion. Okay? Oh, you're voting for 4. Okay, we have to change our bylaw then. Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, okay? Enjoy. Take care.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah?
May I interject for a second? I've got patient schedule, so when it comes time for me to speak, could you please kind of shout my name out, and I'll come back to the computer?
Absolutely, we will definitely call your name. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for your service while you're sharing your thoughts on this project. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll go to our administration to make a presentation.
Good morning. This application is for a mid-rise mixed-use building created through a DC2 or a site-specific development control provision. This is in the McKernan neighborhood. It would allow for the development of a mixed-use building with 113 units, a height of 20 meters or approximately 6 stories, and commercial space at ground level. A direct control zone is used to ensure commercial uses on the ground floor. This aligns with the McKernan-Belgravia Station Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP. It also ensures zoning regulations are implemented with specific design features for proper transition to surrounding land uses. To facilitate the rezoning, an amendment to the McKernan-Belgravia Station ARP is also proposed to increase the building height for this location. Next slide, please. The site is located on the corner of 114th Street and 76th Avenue, abutting the south end of the McKernan-Belgravia LRT platform. It has direct access to the LRT station through the shared use path. It is walking distance to the McKernan Community League, school, several parks, and the major node that is the University of Alberta. Next slide, please. The site comprises 5 lots of approximately 2,300 square meters and is currently developed with small-scale residential buildings. Next slide, please. This application uses a DC2 to customize zoning regulations that respond to the existing context and meet the goals of the ARP. These regulations include setbacks and stepbacks that respond to the surrounding context. For example, they are designed to frame 114th Street and 76th Avenue street walls and set the building back from the existing smaller scale buildings to the west, creating separation space that mitigates the additional height. Regulations also includes regulations for a building with architectural interest and articulation, as well as regulations that create ground level active frontage on 3 sides of the building. These are visible in the image on the slide. On the north side, along the lane, there are ground level residential units. On the east side, there are commercial units fronting the shared use path and wrapping around to 76th Avenue. And on the south side, along 76th Avenue, there are live-work units. Next slide, please. To comply with policy C599, this application is proposing community contributions towards the Charles Simmons Park. And to further encourage the expected transportation mode shift, this proposal includes an on-site car share program, shared use path improvements with additional off-site bicycle parking, and a publicly accessible bicycle repair facility along 76th Avenue. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback from the public through Engaged Edmonton, mailed notifications, on-site signage, and information shared through the community leagues. 25 people have provided feedback about this proposal through Engaged Edmonton. Overall, the majority were opposed and had concerns that related to the density, the scale, the height of the building, privacy and shadow impacts, compatibility with the existing houses, parking and traffic impacts, a loss of on-site trees, and not meeting the intent of the ARP. We did receive comments in support. People noted that the proposed height and density are appropriately located right beside the McKernan-Belgravia LRT station, and that the building and public areas were well designed with local commercial uses in mind. The application also received a letter of support from the McKernan Community League. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the city plan's Big City Move, Rebuildable City, which targets 50% of new units being added through infill. This site is located at the intersection of 2 secondary corridors, 76th Avenue and 114th Street, where density is expected to be realized through the built form of low and mid-rise buildings. This application also aligns with the Big City Move Community of Communities, which targets 50% of trips being made by transit and active travel. The site is located immediately adjacent to the shared use path and LRT station, giving more people quick access to transit and other active travel modes. Next slide, please. The proposal meets the ARP's development concept by locating density along 76th Avenue, adjacent to the shared use path or green spine, and by reconnecting a commercial main street that extends the length of this block. A plan amendment is proposed to allow for an increase in height. The ARP expects the maximum height of buildings in this corridor to be 4 stories, and this application is seeking roughly 6 stories. Next slide, please. In closing, administration supports this application. It realizes the ARP's goals for density close to the LRT station and for a continuous commercial main street on the north side of 76th Avenue. The additional height can be seen as a trade-off for realizing the ARP's vision with a scale that aligns with the city plan's expectations for acceptable built form along 2 intersecting secondary corridors. The resulting increased density allows more people direct access to multiple active travel modes, and the proposal has design elements of setbacks and public improvements that transition well to surrounding land uses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, I will ask Jared Kendalish to make presentation, then followed by Marcelo Figueira, and then Mark Huberman and Richie Lamb are to answer questions only. Jared, please go ahead.
Just a quick point of clarification. I think Marcelo had his presentation first.
Okay, we can do that too. Marcelo, you want to go first, please?
Thank you.
Can you turn your mic on?
Is that on now?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sorry. Try that again. Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Marcelo Figueira. I'm Associate Principal at Green Space Alliance. My presentation will focus on how the goals of the Marconi-Berg River ARP take form and character in this development. And then my colleague, Jerry Kendlish, will explain the design in more detail. And Mark Huben, our transportation consultant, will answer any questions on that topic. Next slide, please. As you may recall, Council approved the Metro 78 transit-oriented development in Marconi last December. This new project before you today, called Big River Heights, is another step towards turning a low ridership LRT station into a model of walkable transit-oriented development in Edmonton. The vision of the ARP is to promote transit-oriented development by turning 76th Avenue into a main street. But anyone investing in mixed-use development along 76th Avenue just based on the ARP would be taking a leap of faith. We had to undertake a commercial market analysis to understand not only why 76th Avenue has not evolved as a main street in the past 10 years, but most importantly, what would be the solutions for the developer to succeed and realize the ARP vision. The findings of the report made us revisit a lot of planning and urban design principles, such as designing attractive development and public space at key intersections, and creating opportunities for small business, all with in collaboration with administration. Next slide, please. We believe transit-oriented development is about building communities that are inclusive, equitable, and where everyone benefits from the clustering of services and amenities. This is why the pedestrian area around the LRT station is such a prime location for this proposed development. Unfortunately, the RP promotes a type of zone in this location that is better suited for business that require larger sites adjacent to major public roadways. This is not what 76th Avenue needs to become a multimodal main street. So here's the reason for using the DC2 framework. Next slide, please. To truly contribute to the Main Street vision in the RP, the design features the following. Commercial opportunities are provided in the form of live-work, townhouse style for new entrepreneurs. Conventional commercial spaces are provided for more established business. Residential units on the ground level are located where they can better interact with existing residential developments. And the overall unit mix is designed for a range of demographics and families. Next slide, please. Using the DC2 framework, we were able to create a new interface between the commercial development on the ground level and the LRT station. The commercial services and public spaces provided around stations are undeniably places that can foster neighborhood vibrancy and a sense of community. We embrace this concept of main streets. But main streets are about more people in slow-paced environments. This means increased traffic for various modes of transportation. It's a trade-off that one has to face. As Morning Fuel is expected to fully implement the main street concept along 76th Avenue, there will be consequences. More people will come to the neighborhood. So in response to the traffic concerns raised by residents, we provide an estimate of the number of trips that could be generated by future mixed-use developments on this portion of the avenue. However, developments like this one can help to improve transit accessibility and ridership, along with other benefits. Next slide, please. Just to conclude, the adjustments to the zoning and build form were necessary to transform 76th Avenue into a real main street. This development resonates with Edmonton's intent to become environmentally and economically sustainable. It recognizes the value of promoting economic growth through walkable, transit-oriented environments, and delivers what remains important to Edmonton since the ARP was approved and is finally about to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. Now, next we will go to Jared Chandlish.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning, Mayor Sohi and Council. My name is Jared Chandlish, and I'm a community planner and urban designer at Green Space Alliance. My presentation focuses on specific aspects of the interface of this project with the surrounding context. And to start, increasing the allowable height from 4 to 6 stories will open up a range of new opportunities. Now, it's important to note that the extra stories will allow us to create a mixed-use building with units that can accommodate mixed income and multi-generational households. This is achieved by designing 50% of the units with 2 or 3 bedrooms. Next slide, please. We organized the site plan to create an interface that responds to adjacent development in all directions. All facades of the building are designed with specific features to address each interface. Most importantly, the total square footage or the massing is compatible with what is allowed in the ARP. The ARP notes that the site should be zoned CB2 and designates this site as the only block along 76th Avenue where commercial development is mandatory on the ground level. Comparing the DC2 with the CB2 standards, this development only increases the allowable height, or allowable square footage, by 3%. At the ground level, the north setback is segmented into 2 sections, residential on the northwest to operational uses at the center, and commercial along the northeast corner. This is done to respond to the existing interface and facilitate access from the commercial area to the shared use path. On the south side of the building, there will be a no parking zone to maintain that existing traffic flow. Next slide, please. The north setback and stepbacks are adjusted under conventional zones to minimize shadow impacts. Under the CB2 zone, the north setback could potentially be 0. Under this DC, we've pushed that building setback to 3.5 meters and articulated the top levels with stepbacks. The result is a shadow effect that is mostly the same as a 4-story building. Next slide, please. On the south side, 2-story live-work units are designed to activate 76th Avenue. Through our discussions with residents, we're able to better understand the neighborhood profile and demographics. We understood and identified an emerging demand for local entrepreneurs to start small businesses that are more intense than a home-based business, but they're not yet ready to bear the overhead of a commercial lease. We also investigated why live-work units have not taken off in Edmonton and found that zoning regulations may have played a role in discouraging this type of development. In working with administration, we tailored a popular model of live-work that has succeeded in other North American cities to the Edmonton context. The approach creates live-work units as a business incubator that could be fully developed in the future as commercial units. Next slide, please. Landscaping is not only designed for screening and buffering, but by increasing the standard setback from 3 to 4.5 meters at the ground level, that west setback becomes a usable space for residents and allows us to design patio spaces. Meanwhile, on the levels above, articulation and a step back on the 4th level reduces the massing and clearly delineates those levels. Next slide, please. As Marcelo had mentioned in his presentation, we worked closely with administration to create a unique interface between the building and the LRT. We also acknowledged the ARP policies for this area as a main street, that there are community concerns about increased traffic, and that this intersection is an important entryway to the neighborhood. The redesigned interface between the site and the LRT, with the enhanced landscaping, the commercial area to the north and south with its entrances, and attention to the detail in the east elevation are all meant to draw people to this area and enhance its surroundings. To conclude, this development implements the vision for the ARP as 76 as a main street, despite the lack of redevelopment around this station since the ARP was approved. TOD in mature neighborhoods is a key driver for Edmonton's citywide efforts for transformative changes that we all desire. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions, colleagues? Questions? Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. One of the main concerns I've heard is about the entrance and concerns along traffic on 76. Could they speak to that, please?
And Marcelo is just coming down. Go ahead.
And more specifically, pickups, drop-offs, deliveries, and such. How are they going to mitigate that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councilor Jan. In terms of the entrances, so this development has two main entrances for the commercial component. One on the north side coming from the Sherwood Path, and one at the south side along 76th Avenue. Residential entrance is also along 76th Avenue. In terms of mitigating transportation issues, I'll defer that to Mark Cuban, but I would say just at this point, all the operation of this building is going to be at the rear lane, which is like a standard process or design that we use in all buildings in Edmonton. Thank you.
Okay, so essentially then the expectation is delivery vehicles or other would go around the building through the alley, do a drop there, and then head out north?
Yeah, so through the DC2 regulations, the developer has to pave the north-south alley segment coming from 76th Avenue and all the way from that point to the in front of the building. And then in the back alley, there is two parking spaces provided, one for loading and loading, and another one is a shared space for delivery, car share, or any visitors that would arrive to the commercial space.
Yeah, and so the expectation is they would then, like after doing their drop, they would then go north and I guess in that cul-de-sac on 77th, they would then go westbound from there back to their their origin, I guess.
I think the expectation would be that any delivery to the building would, people living there would head north along 115th Street or coming back down to 76th Avenue, going south. But maybe, Mark, can you chime in and clarify any other things?
Yeah, Mayor Sohi, members of council, good morning again. Councillor Jans, it's a great question, and I think Marcelo responded appropriately. We have designed the north edge, the north side of the building to accommodate pickup, drop-off, and deliveries. We acknowledge that you cannot park along the north curb of 76th Avenue between 114th Street and 115th Street, and we recognize that. And as such, we are in a position where we needed to make sure that the building was appropriately designed to accommodate the pickup and drop-off and delivery, as well as waste management and collection vehicles on the north side of the building. In that regard, as Marcelo mentioned, we are going to be upgrading the east-west alley between the east property line of the development and an existing north-south alley. And we are going to be upgrading those two alley segments to a commercial standard crossing based upon City of Edmonton design criteria, complete streets criteria. I believe we also moved the building back by 0.5 meter to provide a little bit more functional space along the rear alley to better accommodate some of the movements that we are planning on witnessing along the north side of the building. And I'm not really quite sure that all vehicles that will proceed to the rear of the building will have to go north. I think there will be opportunities, as Marcelo suggested, for vehicles to actually come back along the east-west alley to the north-south alley and then back to 76th Avenue.
Okay, so will the alley be 2 cars wide then?
The alley will be 2 cars wide. It will be 6 meters wide.
So even if there was a moving truck parked there or a fire engine or a garbage truck, somebody would be able to pass them?
Right, and in fact, the garbage vehicles will not require to be in the alley completely. They will nose in to pick up the bins. Yes, to answer your question, it will be wide enough to allow for 2 cars to pass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Any other questions to the proponent, Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation, recognizing the site is, well situated within a sort of various modes of transportation. And just to clarify then, therefore, you do have underground parking for the building?
That's correct. We
Okay.
have 2 levels of underground parking, and just meeting what the zoning bylaw requires for maximum parking around TOD areas and main streets.
Mm-hmm. And then 76th Avenue, there is a bike path there on the north or south side?
On the north side.
On the north side, right, okay. And then I was wondering if you can speak a bit more to the 76th Ave as the main street, and the future, I guess, vision for having more of that commercial on the main floor. So there is a commercial development just west of that. Is that the only one? And I see some, sorry, and I see some further east.
Yeah, so right now on the corner of 115th Street and 76th Avenue, there is a coffee shop and a restaurant, very popular. And this would be the first development to actually follow what the ARP is promoting, because this one is very a small scale, not a CB2 zone development.
So that would very much be supportive of what the plan is.
That's correct.
Has been in place since when?
The existing one?
Yeah.
It's I'm not sure that the exact time, but I mean it's been several years.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I was wondering. So I think I heard that you do have a letter of support from the McKernan Community League, but this site is in Belgravia. Is that right?
Well, actually, this 76th Avenue is kind of at the boundary between the two. So the site is in McKernan, but development is called Belgravia Heights. So the south side of 76 is Belgravia.
Okay, and I guess what kind of interaction have you had with the Belgravia Community League, recognizing I think there's some concerns around some of the traffic issues that Councillor Jans had highlighted?
Yeah, so we did start communicating directly with the board of the community leagues in, I think it was December 2021. A lot of back and forth conversations online with the Belgravia Community League, mostly because at that time we were just getting out this COVID-19 situation. And then in the summer, I think it was in mid-June, in 2022, we had an event at the park, Simon's Park. I think there were about 500 people, 2,000 people attending that. It's a whole day event. It was a very informal, most like with a barbecue and play area for kids. But we as consultants, we were working, so we were there to ask any questions. So it was a full day event that people could just come in, and it was no agenda, just like any questions are.
And so through some of those feedback, I guess, and those, I guess, traffic concerns highlighted earlier, and you've kind of been responding through some of the rear end or the
Right.
the alleyway.
Yeah, and this is a process, right? So there was a lot of back and forth with the community. So every time that we had a touch base with them, a milestone, there was another chain of reaction in terms of the design and feedback, communication with administration. Then we have technical circulation, more and more input from administration. So we had to follow up with them. Recently, in beginning of March, actually, we had a meeting with both community leagues, where administration was invited to observe, and there were mostly discussions about transportation issues in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I know there's there's certainly some extensive feedback from the community, and community will have their position, but sounds like you've also tried to kind of be out there to connect with just residents on some of these.
Yeah, and then we on the consultant level, we did go to to drive around peak hour in the neighborhood to actually experience what they were telling us. So we understand exactly what the problems are.
Interesting. Okay.
It's just the nature of infill and Main Street, like I said in my presentation.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tang. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks for the presentation. Maybe just, you mentioned, did you say 2 floors of underground parking? Is that what you're doing? 2 floors?
2 levels.
2 levels?
Yes. It's almost 1.5.
Okay. I guess considering it's immediately adjacent to the LRT, I'm actually just wondering, why is there so much?
Thank you for the question. That's a good question. It's because the bicycle parking on this development is 1 per unit. So the amount of bicycle parking that actually goes into the underground level, the first level, is substantial. Yes.
And I know that might sound like an odd question for some, but I think the reason I ask it is that knowing how backed up that can get, and we know that concept of induced demand, and if you built a massive parkade structure to encourage residents to drive at a time when, if you do go rush hour, that is a nightmare to try to get out of. It feels like that would potentially induce residents to own vehicles versus, living. I mean, literally, you can't live any closer to the LRT station, so I just wanted to check. So what I'm hearing is that sort of the 1 level is primarily bike parking, and the other half level will be some limited car parking. Is that?
Yeah, the first level has a lot of bicycle parking and storage areas, and then it's kind of a split between the 2 levels. But also, we had a lot of discussion with transportation in terms of transportation demand management, that we could discourage that situation where people will actually drive, where you have the LRT right there, right? So and that was part of the discussion, that we're not asking for anything different than what is allowed in the zoning bylaw for areas around main streets and TOD areas, transit centers.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. In fact, Marcelo, if I can just jump in and again through you, Mayor Sohi, members of council, and Councilor Knack, we are actually providing a parking inventory, a parking supply, which is less than what we could have provided given current policies within the area. And as Marcelo said, a significant amount of the parking area is devoted to bicycle parking. We've got some car share stalls, and part of our a pretty robust TDM program. So I hope that responds to your question about the magnitude of parking in this particular development.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions to the proponent. Thank you so much. Now we will call the members of public who are in opposition. Robert Heath in person, if you could please come down. John Murray, joining remotely, you'll be number 2 speaker, John. And I'll see if TJ Go is joining us to answer questions only. TJ, are you there? No, TJ is not there. And then Terry Lim will be 3rd speaker. right?
Yes, hi. Thank you.
There you were. All right, so Robert Heath, please go ahead.
Good morning. I live across the lane directly north of the proposed development. I grew up in Belgravia and I bought a rundown 700 square foot bungalow in 1980, fixed it up and lived there for 27 years. And then there was an article in the Edmonton Journal that changed my life basically. A local builder was building the first net zero energy house in Edmonton. I got to know him and signed on to build the third house. One statement in the article that particularly caught my attention was the fact that this home could be heated with the equivalent of 4 toasters. We designed it to maximize the capture of solar energy every day of the year. We treated the low angle of the winter sun as an asset rather than a liability, and the result was amazing, really. The house can harvest more energy on a sunny December day than on an equally sunny day in June or July, even though that December day is half the length of a summer day. You will not find another building in the country that's more efficient at harvesting solar energy. The shading information provided by the developer shows that this development would compromise the performance of my house for roughly half the year, from the autumnal equinox to the vernal equinox. Some of the sustainable energy that I've been harvesting for 12 years would be wasted forever. The Belmac area was originally built from the end of World War II until the early 50s. So by the turn of the century, these houses were being rebuilt. Of 4 houses left on that corner after LOT expansion, one was rebuilt as a semi-detached house in 2000, and another 2 were purpose-built as rooming houses in 2006. To put that in perspective, my car is older than 3 of those 4 buildings. All 4 currently serve as rooming houses, providing accommodation for those that would struggle to afford even a bachelor apartment. This proposal would replace those units with more of the most overbuilt and profitable housing units. In the last few years, around 500 of those medium-rise units have been built or approved within a 5-minute walk of my house. One of the major concerns is providing one of the city's major concerns is providing for low-income housing. One solution to that shortage might be to not demolish existing viable low-income housing. The city released the Edmonton Declaration in 2018 and the Statement of Climate Emergency in 2019. As a result, the city set goals for carbon emission reduction and elimination by 2050. This proposed development is incompatible with those goals, and it never will be compatible. As of June 2022, this development could not even be built in Washington State. Unfortunately, almost all of the new construction in Edmonton is unsustainable, but what makes this proposal so egregiously unsustainable is the heated underground parking. The energy required to heat and ventilate that space probably doubles the carbon intensity of an already inefficient building. As well as the environmental cost, heated underground parking ensures that this development is not transit-oriented. It is private vehicle-oriented that is incidentally adjacent to an LRT station. In fact, it makes a mockery of the concept of transit-oriented development. At a time when people are increasingly reluctant to use public transit, it would provide residents with irresistible access to a warm private vehicle and elevator right away. The irony of this proposal is it's designed by a consultant that calls itself a Green Space Alliance. This project would be a complete antithesis of the goal of global transit-oriented development. Continues the continuation of profligacy that brought us to a climate emergency. For decades, we've consumed fossil fuels in blissful ignorance of the damage we were causing. To build a development like this 4 years after declaring a climate emergency would be willful ignorance. I built my house to be sustainable from now well into the 22nd century. As I look at you, I see a cohort that will likely be around decades after I'm gone. You will have to live with the consequences of climate change far longer than I will. I'm asking you to take the same long-term view that I took 15 years ago and reject this anachronistic proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us. Next, I will go to John Murray.
I would just like to reinforce everything that Bob has said. I would also like to point out that light has a value. If you live in Hokkaido, you don't have a choice about how your house will be situated. It's a law there that your house has to be built in such a way as to make use of the winter sun. I just feel that this development is that the developer has no consideration for the fact that this house is going to lose a pile of light. And I think that the city council needs to come to terms with the fact that light does have a value, and some way a developer must reimburse a homeowner if they have solar panels. They must be reimbursed in some way by the developer, which of course will make him think twice about the height of his development. I think the height of this development is far too high for the community. And that's basically all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we will go to Terry Lim. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, Edmonton City Council and Mayor. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Sorry, I just wanted to close the door, and thanks for getting me on screen here. I just want to clarify that I'm a resident. I own a house in McKernan, just on 76, not far from the development. And I'd also like to state that I'm opposed to the rezoning of the Belgravi Heights property from R3 to DC2. And the area of Belgravi and McKernan has traditionally been an area of single-family housing and duplexes. The area is very vibrant. I spent many a day walking around that neighborhood. My daughter lives in the house that I own and possesses a sense of community like few others. The proposed change to DC2 will go against the current zoning of RF3 or four-story buildings. There's going to be a negative impact here, and I'm just going to list them off very quickly, and I'm sure that the letters and other correspondence have kind of addressed that. Increasing traffic. No matter how much parking there is, what they haven't taken into account is the number of people that visit those people that live in those houses or in those units. Where are they going to park? We already have huge parking issues in that area. This will definitely compound it. This is also going to increase the chances of pedestrian, cyclist, vehicle incidents. And we know how those go when a car versus human occurs. There's also a school right across the street with many children using this intersection to commute to the school, and a bike lane exists on 76th Avenue. And that bike lane may be on the north side of that side of 114, but it's on the south side once you cross the street. So those cyclists are going to have to go through that area. As I mentioned, increased stress of the parking. There's going to be increased water and sewage usage. The alleyways in this area have not been very well kept. There's a lot of potholes. There's a lot of people going through the garbage simply because it's a community, it's near the university, and garbage is quite often strewn all over the place. So when you add this building in there, people are going to go through the garbages and make further issues with that. This is going to increase the problem of the alleyways not being as clean or as well kept as we would like. And of course, the increased noise and decreased sunlight, which can, decrease the quality of living. I don't make these remarks lightly. I looked into some of the studies that looked at increasing building heights and how it affects local residents. The Journal of Faculty of Architecture in 2012, we had an article written by Sankic et al. And he looked at the development of taller buildings in a city neighborhood back in 1980, where they transitioned it from smaller homes to homes that were, or buildings that were larger than 5-6 stories and taller. And what they found that there was a lot of negative impacts when they looked at the things like light blockage and airflow. And they included lowering the social and economic viability of surrounding properties by blocking air, light, and also view of the skyline. They often found wind vortexes and excessive wind speeds were created by these taller buildings. And this was backed by a planner by the name of Bronin, who did a study of something very similar back in 2009. The authors also found that shadowing created by the buildings had a detrimental effect on the surrounding area. And they remarked in the article that it was much greater than they had anticipated. I'm also going to say that I saw the shadowing effects by the computer-generated pictures, and I'd like to know, when were those shadows taken? Was it in the winter when the sun was low, or was it vertical? Because there were some pictures that showed the verticalization or the horizontalization of the shadow being almost a block and a half long. So again, I go back to the Sankic article that said that the shadowing was far more severe than they had ever anticipated it would be. Especially when the sun was taken into account and the angulation. The shadowing also creates poor energy usage, as been mentioned by another presenter, and is detrimental to surrounding green spaces and vegetation adjacent properties. All of these have a negative consequence on the community. The authors concluded that tall buildings through shadowing can negatively impact neighborhoods. What is needed is to look at these buildings and their effect on the surrounding community, not just the landowners. Infringing of the principles of equal access to natural resources needs to be addressed. These structures can lead cities to communities that have less light, poor airflow, and poor views for future generations. There's another article written by Blooming Rock in an online article called Smart Cities. And he also mentioned the negative consequences of taller buildings greater than 5 stories. There's a city planner down in the United States by the name of Kevin Kellogg. He's a city planner architect. And he remarked that taller buildings quite often reduces human interaction because occupants tend to stay within the buildings when they're greater than 5 stories high. And that was actually also mentioned in that same article, backed up by a world-renowned architect by the name of Jen Gell, who said that... Hello?
I'm going to stop you here. Sorry, your 5 minutes are up.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Can I just have one 30 more seconds? Because I don't have a timer on here, so I didn't know.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We can ask you questions, just hold on. We can, council members may ask you questions, and you can insert what you have to say into those answers, okay?
Okay, I'll try my best to do that.
Yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah.
I was also...
No, that's it. I have to stop you here, sorry. Yeah, just have to follow the same rules. Everybody get 5 minutes. Okay, at this time, I will ask council members questions to the presenters, please. Questions. Councillor, I don't see the list. Just hold on. Here we go. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Lim if he wanted to finish his thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. One of the things that was mentioned about was green spaces and being more of a ecologically friendly development. There was an article mentioned in a study by BC Hydro a number of years ago that looked at taller buildings. They increased developer profit. Costs were higher to build though, but their data also showed that buildings that were above 4 stories used twice the energy as low-rise structures below 4 stories. And tall buildings are not greener. This was backed by a study by Patrick Condon at the University of British Columbia. And again, they mentioned things like water, sewage, parking, driving, and driving congestion, not only from the residents, but from patrons of the proposed businesses and people visiting the people that live within those residents. Other negative impacts included reduction in views from adjacent areas and from green spaces and parks. There again is also a reduction in available sunlight, and there's all kinds of social and health ramifications for locals. I'm a doctor here, and I know looking at environmental conditions, what it does to some of my cancer patients, it can be quite significant when we have surrounding areas blocked out for sunlight, and sunlight deprivation is becoming quite a studyable consequence for people that are health compromised. The City of Toronto in 2021 also changed zoning laws to limit the development of taller buildings in some of the older downtown neighborhoods where density is high. Depending on the locations, there's two areas, Corktown and Old Town, where they have proposals to reduce the height of the buildings down to 12 meters. That's 4 stories. And so a lot of times when you take a look at a city like Toronto who is desperate for more housing, they also realize the consequences of developing buildings that cause things like wind and view turbulences, or sorry, wind turbulences and view blockage, as well as sunlight deprivation. The design of the area for 4 stories was designed to preserve the sense of neighborhood and reduce the impacts of these taller buildings. And as well, you know, I think most of the residents in the area are against it. I think that, what did you say, there's 25 letters that were written, the majority of them were against. And from what I understand, I thought the McKernan-Belgravia Community Association was against the development from my wife speaking to them not that long ago. So I am very concerned about this. I don't really enjoy the idea of having a building towering around these small bungalows and small duplexes. And again, changing the entire concept of the area to become a very walkable and accessible community. And I worry about that bike lane. I mean, I see the bikers go up and down my street all the time. And, you know, having a building blocking views and blocking and creating traffic congestion is just going to invite issues between pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Lim. I'm almost out of time.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, can I go to guest Heath, Bob or Robert, if you're still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Just, I was trying to discern from your presentation, at what height would the building have no impact on your solar array? Would it be 4 stories, 5 stories? Like, where's the threshold of the shadow impact?
It would be around 4 stories. There would be some shading just on the shortest day of the year when the sun is lowest. But when the ARP was developed, I took that into consideration and supported the ARP, recognizing that that was a fair trade-off in my case to give that little bit of sunshine just on those few short days of the year. So I would, 4 stories, in other words, the existing height that is approved for this area.
Right, okay, thank you. Okay, no further questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack. Oh, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please. I was going to give you the chair, but Councillor Tang is going
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Heath. You had said something about the particular project would not be possible in Washington State. Can you clarify that for me? I wasn't sure which one you're talking about and why Washington State.
Yeah, absolutely. In June of 2022, Washington State passed a law that you cannot construct any more buildings that burn fossil fuels for space heating.
Oh, I see. Interesting. So state, like provincial in our case, versus city bylaw.
The idea is that you would build. They didn't prohibit. It's interesting the way they did it. They didn't prohibit you using fossil fuels, but you had to primarily heat the building with heat pump, and then for whatever reason they allow. They don't specifically prohibit supplemental fossil fuel burning, which seems strange to me, but that's the way they wrote the law.
Interesting. So just to clarify, so you have multiple sites or multiple properties that share the back alley, and not just your own home, but you're also building a second one. Is that right? Or a third one? That's solar or net zero.
Can you? You're asking if there are other solar buildings?
I'm just trying to clarify how many. You're talking about multiple buildings that share the back lane that you're working on currently.
Mm-hmm. I'm the only one that has solar.
Okay, so you have one.
If that's what you mean, yes.
Yeah, I had thought you had mentioned that you were working on a second one.
No.
Second one. Okay. No. I mean, I think you raised lots of really important points about climate action and do you have any thoughts around land use as a tool for climate action and the importance of densification as such a critical node, public transportation node?
Well,
because I guess not everyone is able to there's lots of different tools, and I think retrofitting homes to be much more energy efficient is one method, and there's other tools.
And building new houses to a higher standard than we're building them now, and even commercial buildings, yeah.
Okay.
I think that it seems to me that we design our buildings as if we lived in California, and then we have to incinerate massive amounts of natural gas or whatever to keep them warm in the winter. If we built them appropriately for our climate in the first place. The contrast between the amount of energy that I use in a year compared to even a code-built house, it's amazing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Heath, I just pulled up an article about the Washington State changes that will take effect this July. But isn't Washington State, wouldn't their electricity be generated by hydro as opposed to here in Alberta where most of ours come from, is generated by coal?
Yeah, I think that's true, that probably a lot of there is hydro. I don't think it's 100% in Washington State, but yes.
So, isn't that better for the climate rather than the coal-produced electricity that we have here?
Well, currently, of course, but I think our aspiration here, too, is eventually to be renewable energy.
Okay. So I'm just wondering if we're really comparing apples to apples right now as far as being better to follow that lead. Maybe I'll ask Marcelo when I have a chance to just how much more energy efficient is it for what he's proposing for development? Okay, thank you.
Is it possible for me to answer?
Sure, please.
Councillor Wright?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think that part of the studies that I looked at was not only the actual building itself, but the adjacent properties. Unfortunately, the shadowing effect is quite extensive. And when you actually look at including the energy usage by the houses and the buildings around it that get in the shadow, they lose a lot of the heat that they absorb from the sun. So the BC Hydro article did say that and also Sankig's article did say that all the adjacent properties are going to use more energy if they sit in the shadow of these larger buildings. So that has to be taken into consideration as well. And regardless, I used to live in British Columbia. Yes, a lot of the energy is generated by hydro, but it's also generated by natural gas as well. And I think there's a combination of these different energy usages going into these homes. So I think that from an overall standpoint of where I'm sitting, I'd like to see a greener planet. I think that's the way we should go. And I appreciate this home that the other gentleman has. And I think that buildings such as that are not going to be the new form. It's going to be the standard form in another 10 years.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
Thank you. Just have a couple of questions to Robert Heath. So just want to make sure that the house that you showed in your presentation, is that your house, right? That you're building now, right? Or it's done or?
Yes, I built it starting in 2009. I took occupancy in 2011, so I've lived there for a little over 11 years now.
And you made that, like you invested quite a bit money to install solar panels, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
And at that time, what was when you made those investments, what were your understanding or expectations for future development? If I understand you correctly, you expected it to be at not more than 4-story, right? Or certain height.
Yes, that was before the ARP. Maybe this is a good opportunity to just go back to the genesis of the development in 2008 when I committed to doing this with the builder.
Mm-hmm.
My next step was to talk to my city councilor to see what the city's position might be on that.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually encouraged me to go. We agreed that there was a potential for development that would block my access. He encouraged me to go ahead and said, you'd be doing the city a favor. This would be an ideal situation for establishing solar access rights.
But
so there was, yes, right from the get-go, there was anticipation that someone could come along and build who knows what there, yes.
Yeah, but the ARP allowed up to 4-story, right?
That's right, yes, and I supported that.
And you supported that. Going beyond that blocks the view, and then the investment you have made won't generate.
It's compromised. It's not totally wiped out, of course, but it is compromised.
Can
yes,
you tell
definitely.
me, like, how much would you be able to continue to generate through solar power with this project approved?
It would probably mean a 25% reduction in the amount of energy that I collect in the year.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah. And I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions to the members of the public in opposition. Thank you so much for each and every one of you for making a presentation and for joining us and for waiting. At this time, we will go to questions to administration. All right. Somebody have their, Miss Terry John Lim, can you please mute yourself?
I'm sorry?
Can you mute yourself, please?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. There we go. Thank you so much. All right. Questions, colleagues, to administration. Okay. If not, I can start. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I'll take the chair.
I just want to get a sense, like we want to empower citizens to take action on climate change, and this is a very good example that a citizen has invested their own resources to reduce their consumption and made that difference. Now, with this development, their investment is going to be less valuable to them. Just want to get a sense, how do we balance infill and high density with other action that residents are taking?
This is something that we're currently looking at through the zoning bylaw renewal project. We need to be cognizant of this as we have increased densification in our city. But what I would suggest to council is that densification is one of the really important goals as outlined in the city plan for meeting our climate targets. And there was a study that was done on that to support the city plan, and that's why we have suggested the infill targets that we have, because it allows people to live closer to where existing infrastructure is. It allows them to be able to live where they can commute by modes that are more friendly.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all understand the benefits of density in every aspect, right? But what I'm trying to understand, which I'm struggling with, is that if somebody were forward thinking and they made those investments, and now their investments are being impacted, and we would expect them to make those, like we welcome those kind of investments, right? So that's what I'm trying to understand. What do we do in the current situation? Yes, we will have that discussion as part of the zoning regulations, but how do we, this may not be one-off, there might be other situations, right? How do we protect that?
I don't think we can protect it, Mr. Mayor, and I don't think we'd suggest that we could protect it. So I think it is a question of the trade-offs before you here today, and for council to weigh in on whether or not you think those trade-offs are worth it. And we've gone through and made our own analysis, and we've suggested that you support this development.
Okay. And on Mr. Heath's observation about other jurisdictions requiring higher standards of building, where are we on that? Like what do we expect in order to reduce the consumption of energy. Yes, energy source itself is a huge issue, right? Because we don't have as many renewable energy sources as we're moving toward that as a community, right? But what standards do we apply to actually reduce that consumption that we build to better standards?
In Alberta, it's the building code that dictates that.
And we cannot go beyond the building code. The applicant can, right?
The applicant can choose to, and we have many developers in our community who do choose to go beyond the building code.
Yeah, and is this development above building codes, or is it just compliant to the building code? Do we know? Maybe that could be a question to the applicant. Do we have that information?
It's best pointed towards the applicant at this stage in time. Typically, we don't have that information.
Okay, got it. Okay, we'll ask that question. Okay, good. Those are the questions I had, and I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Just to speak to it.
Just to speak, just wait then, because we have a process to follow. Other questions, colleagues? Councillor Tang, please. Yeah.
Maybe just to follow up on that thread from Mr. Mayor around the building code, how an applicant decides to, I guess, put in, or, the specifics of the building itself, that's not necessarily part of the rezoning stage, that's more at that development permit stage. Is that correct?
Development permit and building permit stage.
Right. I mean, I take Mr. Heath's point about higher standards and qualities, but I think for this application today, it's a bit of a different decision that we're looking at. Is that correct?
That's correct. You're being asked today to look at what's being presented in terms of the direct control zone and determining if that's an appropriate land use for this area. And the building code conversation will happen at the building permit stage, Councillor.
Right. Okay. I mean, I certainly think that's really valuable feedback for the developers. That's all my follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. I think the only other question I have just around, I mean, I've seen the sun shadow pieces, but obviously, like, it's not like goes into super detail. So I guess I want to get a sense of from September, the issue is from September to March, because I think when I look at the sun shadow impacts, RA7 versus what's being proposed doesn't really impact anything between March and September, but I've heard from our speaker that, in fact, the way they've set it up is they're a little more focused on that other time. So do we have a more, how much more detail? When does it start to enter the sight line of that property? Because I think it, even on September, it doesn't yet.
Right.
So, do we have a sense of, is it sort of October or November, and at which point would we be dealing with, if we were 4-story, would we be dealing with the same, are we talking about we lose an hour here or there because as you get closer to the winter, you have a much lower piece? So I just want to get an idea of that.
It's really only winter, December 21st at 10 a.m., where this property is impacted. And that would be impacted by 4 or 6 stories.
4 or 6, yeah. And I guess that question, so the piece is that there might be a time, though, and again, we don't go into that level of detail. We don't necessarily do a month-by-month sun shadow impact, but I feel like it would still be safe to say that, maybe November, there's a point that this building might create a slightly larger shadow than the RA7 would. The question is, how long extra are we talking about? I mean, that's the part I think I'm trying to understand. Is that really creating a significant impact, or is it if this were 4-story, we're really talking about the difference of a couple of hours?
It's
maybe
very comparable, the 4 and 6 story. I mean, I do have a slide that might be helpful.
Oh yeah,
slide
sure.
13.
Sure.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
And as you mentioned, Councillor Knack, we don't have a month by month, but in this case, the sun shadow study that is going to come up, this compares the DC2, the proposal, and CB2, and CB2 is 4 stories.
Yeah.
So CB2 is in green. So you can see that bottom is all, row is all December.
Yeah.
Could it start to have those shorter legs impacting around November for a few months, yep.
And CB, that assumes 14 and a half, not the 16 that you can do on a flat roof of an RA7?
That's correct.
Because this is 20. So we're talking, yeah, okay. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans to speak, right? Or questions?
Just to speak.
Okay. Any more questions to administration? Okay, at this time, I will ask if council members have any questions to the proponent or members of the public or to administration, any new information arising out of the previous discussion. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering if the applicant want to comment on the conversation earlier. You know, I do recognize that the intent of this development is for transit-oriented development. You have substantial, you know, bike parking to encourage active transportation and that mode shift. But I guess I was just wondering, you know, if you want to comment on sort of that building code aspect and if you have any response to that.
Thank you for the question. I guess the building code has changed and is also going through another round of upgrades. So the energy efficiency is being enhanced every time there is a new release of the building code, right? And for this particular development, I'm not sure if the developer will pursue some kind of a federal grant from CHMC, but one of the grants that since last year has been really popular is based on energy efficiency and affordable housing. So and we do have a lot of clients, and even with this client on another site, they're pursuing this type of advantage to offset the cost of development. But of course, this is there's a little bit of a time lag on this, so you need to actually build and put the building to the test to apply for the grant. So you don't know how far you know you have to meet code, but how far you go beyond code is only after the fact. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that. Oftentimes when you're developing, you know, a site, there's multiple levels of government and regulations that we gotta look out for. And I know that this is not, you know, the question that we're deciding today, but I will say that the earlier presentation kind of generated some feedback that I didn't necessarily see in the report, and I think certainly valuable, feedback to consider. Anyways, I appreciate that context. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We are at 11:56. I won't be able to come back after 1:30, but I do have a question to Mr. Heath. Is that okay? I will go first. Councillor Wright, if you could please come down.
I'll take the chair.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I just need your perspective. You know, heard Councillor Knack ask the question, like how much sun shadow will impact whether it's 4-story or 6-story, and the impact on you, right? Just want to get your perspective on that. You said you will lose about 25% of your power through solar, right? Energy through solar. So if
yes, in the summer, my energy is strictly solar electrical from the solar panels.
Mm-hmm.
In the winter, it's a combination of solar energy from the panels, and traditionally that's less than in the summer.
Yeah.
But I also collect an equivalent amount of energy just through the south-facing windows.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm just trying to understand a layperson's term, like how do you if 6-story, you lose 20% of your, and if it's 4-story, I'm sorry, you said at 4-story you still lose some of your.
Yeah, and I would say a minimal amount.
Okay.
Right around December 21st, maybe for a few weeks there.
And you heard from administration the difference between 4-story and 6-story is nominal. Well, I just want to get your perspective on that.
The difference between 14 meters and 20 meters, I would say that's 50%, isn't it? I wouldn't call that nominal.
Yeah, okay. All right. maybe that's the question I can ask to administration at that time. Like, why is the difference? You have a homeowner who says larger impact than you're saying is nominal impact.
We have a technical study that's projecting the shadow impacts based on the stories. I don't know how much energy is producing with the solar panels, so I can't necessarily speak to the 20 or 25%.
But the shadowing impact
is clear.
So you're basing your opinion based on the technical analysis on the shadowing, right? So the shadowing impact is nominal, if I understand. Okay, got it. Okay, that's helpful for me to understand. Sorry about it if I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position here. Good. Okay. All right, I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
Okay, at this time, we will take a break, and we will be, I don't know, there's questions, then people will be speaking. I don't think we'll be able to finish, so might as well take the break. We will be back at 1:30. Okay, until then, we are on the recess. Okay, thanks.
afternoon. We are now live.
Thank you. I'm just going to check if we have quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I want to sing that song. Yeah, there we go. 7. I think we have enough. I think we've cracked the mark of quorum. So I'll just do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Stevenson is coming. I know she was very close behind. Councillor Burkett.
Sweeping those clouds away.
Excellent. Well done. Great reference. Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang. Don't see her on the list. That's okay. Mayor Sohi is away on city business. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton. No. Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans? Not yet, but that's okay because I think Councillor Wright had questions. We are on new information, asking questions related to new information, so I will go to Councillor Wright for questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knack. Mr. Figueroa, is it Figueroa or Figueroa? Figueroa, okay. Hi, yes, so just Mr. Heath had brought up the environmental concerns there with natural gas and electricity and that, and I'm just wondering sort of what you've done with this development or planning on doing with the development that will address those concerns.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. I think just before the break, we were discussing a lot of those things are addressed at the building permit stage. Okay. But just for comparison, I think land use and transportation are still the key, like the top of the list, tools that you have to actually act on those issues. Like I said, I was just making some calculations. Let's say on this development, we're proposing 113 units. This is about 6 city blocks. Mm-hmm. Right, so six detached housing that instead of being built elsewhere, people can choose to move to this building. So, and not to say about all the transit aspect being close to the LRT. So I think those are the main tools that we have. Like, of course, once the building is there, then you have to think about something else better at the building code level.
Okay, and there's, and I know this is a land use hearing, so I maybe won't ask any further questions on that then. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions for new information. So at this point, it would be perfectly acceptable if somebody wanted to move closure of the public hearing on this item.
May I just make a comment?
Unfortunately, unfortunately, the rules on public hearing are frustratingly firm. So no, okay. I'm sorry we can't do that because we have to make sure we have to follow a pretty strict process on this. So my apologies, I can't allow that.
Fair enough, Councillor Chance.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson, are you willing to move closure of the public hearing?
Yes, happy to move closure of public hearing.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Tang. So please vote on closure of the public hearing.
I'm just wanting to confirm that Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Jens are not online.
I don't see them on the list.
No, I'm yes for this, Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice, and you're yes, thank you.
Yeah, we still don't have Councillor Hamilton or Councillor Jans. Oh, Councillor Hamilton has just joined. We're just voting.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
We're voting for closure of the public hearing.
I'm also a yes on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton. We have 11 votes.
Then please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson, are you willing to move first reading?
I will. I move first reading.
And that is of items 3.2 and 3.21.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. So I was trying to delayed to see if the ward councillor could join us for the speaking. I know he had wanted to speak, but we'll see if anyone else has any desire to speak to this, and that may give the councillor an opportunity to attend, but don't feel obligated. I do see Councillor Rutherford on the board, and so she is willing to speak. So we'll start with Councillor Rutherford, because Councillor Stevenson would be to close.
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this, but we will give a few minutes. And I did want to say to the public speakers how, you know, I definitely took some notes on some of the things you said. I found some of your comments really impactful in terms of, you know, how do we think about equal access to resources, and how do we consider light as having a value? And I don't know if we quantify that right now. You know, it made me think about how are we doing carbon budgeting with our, you know, with these kind of land use situations? Is it even applicable based on our legislation? I don't know, but are these bigger conversations that we have? Because, you know, as we've said, every decision is a climate decision, and this really hit home to me that that's what it is. And it's that those trade-offs that were discussed before lunch that I think really are the rub and the tension that we feel so much in this job and in these roles as city council to sometimes there's never this is a clear best path forward. It's what are the consequences we're willing to live with, and what are the consequences we can't live with. And so when it comes to, you know, absolutely wanting people to have net zero homes, and ultimately knowing that the city plan and densification is a huge for achieving those both climate goals, and I would even argue, you know, green space preservation goals and the canopy goals and all of those good things. So I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for coming today. I will be supporting this this project, because for me the trade-offs are that we do need to densify, and transit-oriented development is really important. However, I don't want you to leave thinking that none of that was taken to heart for other conversations in other contexts. I think it was really inspiring for me, and definitely something that I'm going to take to heart in further conversations we have on topics of city plan and the zoning bylaw renewal and those kind of things. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to, we just had a school join us, and I will await the magical form to tell me who they are. I'm sure they could tell me themselves, but instead I will follow the form, which says we are joined right now, hello, by the grade 6 class from from school Dr. Margaret Ann Amher School in Ward Pehesawin, with Mr. C. Legg. Mr. Legg is our teacher. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for coming today. We really appreciate it. Your counselor is Tim Cartmel, who is joining us virtually right now. So he is here, and I'm sure waving frantically at the camera, but you can't see all of us on that camera, on that screen. Are you here for the full day or half day as well? Half day, excellent. Are you also debating the backyard chickens? Excellent, excellent. Who's going to be the mayor? Right there, you're the mayor. You're gonna have you had that conversation yet, or is that coming up? It's coming up next. Excellent. Well, let us know how it goes. Thank you so much for being a part of this, and please stay as long as you like. Thank you. So next is up on the speaking list is Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Apologize, I missed my train and I'm a few minutes late, so thanks for delaying the vote. We do take transit on this council, that is true. But yes, user error. I'm not blaming the system, it's me. User error, 100%. So I think what I heard of Councillor Rutherford, she summarized a number of key points here, the trade-offs between potentially capping the building to 4 stories and maybe reducing the number of units by 30 or 40, and then the opportunity cost of that on the neighboring and the north adjacent block. The desire that we have for transit-oriented development right beside the station, and replacing 4 and 5, what, as long as I've known in the last 20 years to be low density rental housing with something maybe more appealing and desirable to the community and future residents. I do, however, have still some consternation just about the layout. When we talk about the highest and the best use layout, this certainly is making the highest and best and most use of the site. There's very few square inches left on the site that have not been maximized here, and I worry about the traffic and the pickup drop off along the north side and the south side. I'm still not entirely satisfied with the responses there. I think looking at the north side on the alley as well too, and some of the impacts to the neighbors that we heard about and that we heard from the community leagues via correspondence, there's still some concern there. So again, I'll echo my call that I would like to see more housing choice and more 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom units. But yeah, I certainly understand there's a lot to like here and a lot of appealing features that have been brought in. But yeah, I again, like my colleague said, I certainly I think it was Councillor Cartmel in one of the last debates we had, who said if I was adjacent to that proposal, I would probably be upset with it too. But understanding kind of the greater good cause for the city there. So that's yeah, I appreciate all the speakers coming out, and that's I think something that we need to look at in future as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Stevenson to close, Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd just offer a few closing comments on this as well. Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to support this, and I know that is hard to hear for the folks who live immediately adjacent or very close by. Because what I've heard today was the conversation was, 4-story would be fine. That's what the ARP was designed for originally. And so going above and beyond that does have additional impact. And I think of a few things. So that height piece does have an impact, and even though it won't be significant, and the reason I do use that word, and I think it is important, is that if we look at the DC2, everything above 14.5 meters has an additional step back on this property. So it's not just like we're having the exact same footprint at the exact same distance, but 6 meters or 5.5 meters higher than what would normally be permitted. We actually have something that does have to have a further step back, which is why I think the sun shadow impact is less of an overall change than if it had just been a 20-meter building with the same distance of setback. So that actually gives me greater comfort, particularly for our speaker who has the solar panels and that impact. And again, I don't want to suggest that there's zero impact. That would be unfair and unrealistic. But it wouldn't be the same as what if we were doing something in a more standard way. So that helps provide me with some comfort for that additional height. The other piece that I was concerned about was actually one of the points raised by the speakers at the beginning was originally hearing about a 2-level parkade literally immediately adjacent to an LRT station. And I supported open option parking because I wanted to let the market to decide, but I was going to be shocked if that actually meant we were going to put 2 floors of parking that close, because I actually think that is going, if we had done that, if that's what had been proposed, which I have since learned it is not, a lot of that parkade is going to be for bike parking, which I'm encouraged by, because the worry was if it was going to be 2 levels of parking, then the fear of traffic impacts that we heard, I actually think would have materialized. For the same reason that induced demand exists on a number of our roadways when we add another lane to a space. If you give people a large number of parking spots, even though it's immediately adjacent to LRT, there is that risk that more and more folks would have a car just because they have a space available to them. Whereas when you don't provide that same amount of parking along a site that is immediately adjacent to LRT, immediately adjacent to our major bike pathways, our active pathways, I imagine that the vast majority of people who are going to make the choice to move into this space are going to be looking to use modes that aren't the private vehicles. So that actually gives me a lot more comfort, because I was actually, that might have been a reason for me to vote against it, not because of the height, not because of the density, but because it might have encouraged the things we don't want to encourage at an intersection, which I'm sure you all have experienced at one time or another. I mean, gosh, even Saturday night, I was riding by the site on my way to another event, and Saturday night at like 5:30, it was still packed for folks trying to get out of that space. So the more vehicle traffic you're adding, the worse that you're actually you're adding to that intersection. So again, since that isn't happening, I have more comfort in supporting this. I think the final piece is, I recognize that, and we're struggling with this not just in McKernan Belgravia, we're struggling with this in Jasper Place now, with ARPs that are fairly current in the last 10 years, that were built in conjunction with the communities. And now we're starting to look at changes that go a little beyond what had been set out in those plans. And there is tension that exists because the community spent a lot of time and effort. The city staff, frankly, spent a lot of time and effort building those plans. And now we're looking to make some modifications. And I think the city plan does set out a new vision for the city, and it recognizes that we do have to make some adjustments. And even though those plans might continue to exist in a world where the new district plans get created, they might have to be modified to reflect that reality, so that there is going to be some additional changes. And I'm comfortable with this change here. It's not a significant departure from what was set out in the ARP. And so I'll support this. But again, I also acknowledge and appreciate that it is going to be hard for particularly our one guest who spoke today who has solar panels, and that is not something we should gloss over. But I think when I weigh out all of those options, I think this will provide more good than bad, and I'll support this. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all my colleagues who spoke. I think what came out in the comments were a lot of the tensions around land use. And there was another tension that I wanted to touch on that really stood out for me today. And it's that tension between addressing climate change through individual action and systems change. So, I deeply appreciate individuals who, like our speaker, who step up and decide to make choices to support climate resilience. Those choices are incredibly important. They're impactful and inspire others. I'm also deeply committed to making decisions where we don't have to win hearts and minds for people to live a more sustainable lifestyle. So there may be people who aren't that passionate about climate change, who have other competing priorities in their life that make it difficult for them to make individual choices to lower their carbon footprint. And what developments like the one in front of us provide is an opportunity for people to live more sustainably without needing to change their mindset, but just because it's an attractive and convenient option for them. This is how I think we get to true systems change and do that really extensive work of climate change and climate action. So buildings like this, I think, help us get to city-sized, city-scaled solutions to climate change, and it makes me very excited to support this one. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Second reading.
I'll move second reading of items 320 and 321.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, you had seconded that?
Second.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Tang seconded. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Stevens.
I'll move consideration of third reading. Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote on consideration on items 3.2 and 3.21.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. That is carried. And Councillor Stevenson?
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20439 and charter bylaw 20440. Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the votes. And that is carried. So the final item of business today are items 3.22 and 3.23, the items in Griesbach. Councillor Rutherford selected that. Do you need a presentation, Councillor Rutherford? No? Excellent. We did have one speaker to answer questions only, Murray Totland. Do you have questions for the speaker? No? Okay, so we can go right to it, and I'll just double check to see if anyone else is on the board that might have questions to that speaker. I'm not seeing anyone jump on, so we can go right to questions of administration. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, so I just have three sort of tranches of questions. The first one is around the Griesbach special area, because I think this is what's causing a lot of tensions in Griesbach. So I wanted to know, does this amendment change that? Because right now, from my understanding, one of the things in the special area is four stories is the height limit, and so now when we're starting to do these one-off with 6 stories, people are saying, hey, when we moved into Griesbach, we were promised 4-story would be the maximum. And I know we're doing an amendment, but when I read the amendment, it looked like it was just for this corner. At what point are we considering, like, being honest with the residents there that they're likely going to see more 6 stories in Griesbach?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Rutherford. The application before us is this corner, and I do understand that there's always that tension of are we going to apply something more broadly, but right now I would say that this specific application is for the RA8G, and it is looking at locating it in a place that we feel would be appropriate in terms of the transit as well as the secondary corridor, and through this we haven't really considered any broader amendments to the Griesbach plan as part of this application.
Would you need a motion to consider that, especially within the context of the amendment that's coming in the fall related to the northeast quadrant, to just look more holistically? Should I contemplate doing a motion?
Yeah, I mean, we can take that under advisement in terms of future considerations for that. I don't think a motion's necessary. I will say that the additional work that is being done, there's the northeast quadrant that you're aware of, and there's also, of course, the district planning that is moving forward as well. So I just don't necessarily see that this being a necessary time to kind of move that forward beyond kind of the questions or the applications that we'll be receiving.
Councillor, I appreciate the commentary around the 4 to 6 story and whether or not it's time to just do that. What I'll say is that the Griesbach plan doesn't specify how high things should be. It identifies these areas as medium density residential, which can be 4 or 6 stories. So there might be some misconceptions out there as to what maybe was promised through the real estate industry versus what was allowed on the plan.
And what's been highlighted before about some of the changes to the building code that have now made 6 stories more appealing as well. So, okay, that's good to know, because I would say that, like, it's important to have that awareness from, what I hear from community when I go to Griesbach is how much they're like, when we bought into this neighborhood, we were told that it would be no higher than 4 stories. And now, okay, we get that one because there was that restrictive covenant, but, like, at what point is too much, right? So to me, it's all about, if we're going to do something, let's just do it in a way that's honest. So that was my first line of questioning. The second one is around more the technical review questions. So I did want to ask about, specifically, I wasn't really clear on what is happening with Gauchi Avenue, and like, it says here that it's conditioned to the adjacent subdivisions, and I didn't really understand what that meant.
So Euclid Avenue, that is going to be constructed as part of the subdivisions that has been approved, and I believe that connection is already built. The next step is also in terms of the signal control, so it will be signalized down the road, same as the Giro Street or Giro Road, which is to the east. The intersection with 137 Avenue, both of them are slated for signalization in future.
At city expense?
No, this is all developers' obligation.
Okay. Okay, I have a whole other line of questioning around transit, but I'm not going to finish in 44 seconds. Should I just go over time, or would you like me to ask for another round?
I think we should do another round just because we're in public
Sure.
hearing mode, and I
Sure.
don't want to mess with the...
Happy to move.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson's moved
Second.
it. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote on a second round.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried. And before we start that second round, we'll welcome our guests here. And that gives a second anyway. Sorry, normally I wouldn't be so hard on the rules on that particular piece, but I think the public hearing rules are that we need to be fair. And if they're not, Ms. Inkpen might yell at us. So she wouldn't yell at us. She would correctly move us in the right legal direction. Well, we have more guests from Dr. Margaret Ann Armour School. Welcome, thank you so much. Another grade 6 class with teacher Ashley Kunis. That's right? Oh, we have more people. Oh, thankfully, I almost started greeting them before everyone showed up. Welcome, everyone. They are from, as we know already by now, Ward Pihesawin, which is, oh goodness, they're all just slowly walking in. I should just, hello everyone, welcome. Now we're all here. Councillor Tim Cartmel, who is now on the screen. There he is. He's been pinned on the screen. He is waving to you frantically. And we are all happy to see you here today. Thank you so much for joining us. Have you done your mock council meeting yet? You did? So who is the mayor? Right over there. You're our mayor? Okay, so tell me, Mayor, what was the decision today from your mock council meeting? Backyard beehives. So you've allowed it? You've now permitted it? Oh, no backyard beehives. Oh, no honey for the folks of Edmonton. Well, it's a tough job, and sometimes you got to make those tough decisions. So thank you so much for joining us today. It's a pleasure having you here, and thanks for sharing that. And we will let the people of Edmonton know they will not enjoy local honey. Thanks for coming today. Please stay as long as you like, and we are going back to Councillor Rutherford on round number 2.
Okay, so this one, I might need legal if I'm treading into areas I shouldn't based on this area, but I know that the Metro line is in the concept phase, and when I look at the concept design, a station is marked right on this side of the road, kind of in between Gauchi and 137th. And it says that it's that this is intended to be a tranched station. I just want to know what kind of thought process goes in either now at the zoning stage or in the development permit stage related to what could or is likely to be there.
Yes, so at the zoning level or even at the subdivision stage, the biggest consideration for us is to make sure we have the land for future LRT, and that land requirement is guided through the concept plan that you just mentioned, that
Yeah.
it is a grade separation. It's a line that is running along the center of the roadway.
A center, okay.
Yes, and there is a LRT station there. So that is the biggest consideration that we highlighted and has been taken into account as part of the subdivision. So the right-of-way will be reserved or dedicated by the site at this level.
Yeah.
And then as far as the construction itself is concerned, our mass transit study at 1.25 million does highlight this part of Metro Line extension as phase 1, which goes all the way to Castle Downs.
Yeah, and I guess the question then is, because then I'm thinking about, okay, right now it's easy to build a station when there's nobody that lives there. But then when we're trying to build a station and then we have, hundreds of people living right near it, are there, I guess, what interplay is there between the decision we make today and going back to that project team and saying, like, thinking about noise mitigation and those kind of things so that, the people that are living in this apartment are considered in that?
So as part of LRT concept design, a lot of modeling work has occurred in the last few years, like 2019, 2020, which has taken into account the entire corridor, the land uses that are adjacent to that corridor, and whatever setbacks and requirements will be, whether it is because of the trigger due to noise or merely just because of that infrastructure.
But those modelings would have been done off of land use for the current zone, right? Not.
No, that takes into account the future. That was guided through the GRESPA NSP, where we already knew that this is going to be a mixed use site.
Okay, that satisfies my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to move closure if there's no other questions.
I will just do a quick call to confirm that there is no questions related to new information. Not seeing anyone on the board. Councillor Rutherford, you'll move closure of the public hearing?
Yes, I will.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'd like to move first reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Anyone wishing to speak to it? Not seeing anyone on the board, please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move second reading of bylaw 2037 and charter bylaw 20438.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on consideration of third on items 3.22 and 3.23.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 20437 and charter bylaw 20438.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
We have 12 votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that item is carried. That takes us to notices of motion and motions without customary notice. Are there any notices of motion? Not seeing or hearing anyone. That means at 2:04 we are adjourned.